Namaste, everybody. And welcome. Thank you very, very much for coming. We have a very wonderful evening in front of us. First of all, the first thing I'd like to do before we go into anything else is, if it's possible for the people here on the floor to scoot forward a little bit. If you see some spaces there in front of you, around you. There may be some people who come in a little later. We had a program a couple of weeks ago, and unfortunately people were turned away because they couldn't fit them all in. So if you can use whatever space there is, it'll give those who come a little later, they can slot in very easily behind there. Thank you so much for that. Great. I'm sure that will help a lot.
It also makes the chanting amazing when we're shoulder to shoulder. So you're in for a great night.
Yeah. So the evening is full of all kind of wonderful things. In a moment we'll have a guided meditation which I will take you through, some relaxation, some mindfulness, some mantra meditation as well with breath. And then we'll go into a little bit more of a kirtan. So if anyone is not familiar with kirtan, which I think probably many, if not most people are, it is what we've just been doing, this beautiful chanting of these sacred mantras which we absorb our consciousness in meditation. So we'll have a little bit more of that. And then at 5:45 we'll be inviting Charya Das to come and speak on the topic of forgiveness, the path to happiness and freedom. So that'll be at 6:45. Acharya Das will then speak the body of the talk, however long that may take, and then we'll go into a beautiful guided forgiveness meditation which will connect up with all of the things which Acharya Das will be speaking about. So that will be after the body of the talk. There will be no questions and answers in the body of the talk. We're going to have that later in the evening, because there is so much to absorb in hearing this wisdom. So the way that we've planned it is that we'll have the meditation, we'll have some more kirtan. This helps us to absorb and settle into what we've heard. Then we're going to have a meal. So after the guided meditation, forgiveness meditation, which has a little bit more of kirtan at the end of it, then our friends have prepared a most wonderful vegan, vegetarian meal for us to share. And then we'll come back with a little bit more kirtan, and then there'll be time for questions and answers after the meal and the kirtan. So if during if during the body of the talk, when Acharya is speaking, if there are questions that arise and you're afraid that you might forget them, of course you can just tap your questions in then, and that will be available to you during that period. And also just a reminder, if we can all check our phones if you're not sure, just to make sure we are on Do Not Disturb. That would be very, very wonderful. We all think it is, and then I've actually been giving a meditation course where I've told people, check your phones, and then mine's gone off. So I know what it's like. So then the questions and answers will go for as long as you have questions, and until Acharya Das feels that we've covered everything. So whatever time that might be, we don't know. So is that okay? That's the run through for the evening. So what we're going to be doing now is a nice guided meditation. Now this Sunday there's not enough room for you to lie down for this, which is a good thing. But still find a nice comfortable sitting position where you can actually relax for the next 10 or 12 minutes. And also just during the evening, the different mantras we'll be meditating with will be in the screen behind us. If you're not familiar with them, they'll be there. So if you find it comfortable, closing your eyes. We can start with taking 3 nice long deep inhalations through the nose, exhaling through the mouth, just to bring a bit of relaxation into the body, just to help prepare us for our meditation practice. So just settling into the rhythm of your breath, nice and easy breath. We're not practicing a special pranayama. We're not trying to breathe deeply for any reason. Just your very easy, natural breath. We want to experience the ebbing and flowing of each inward and outward breath. On each inward breath, there is a gentle expansion of our whole body, so we can feel that. And on each outward breath, we feel the softening, the releasing of tension on your outward breath. So you can feel the tension falling away from your shoulders, allowing that softness to spread down through your arms and into your palms and fingers. Relaxing any tension in the diaphragm, the abdomen, the stomach muscles. Just allowing the breath to be nice and deep. Bringing the focus into your scalp, letting go of the tension in the muscles and skin of the scalp. Just like a waterfall, feel that softness, that releasing, falling down, spreading down through your forehead, temples, cheeks, jaw, chin. The tongue and teeth and lips. Nose and ears and eyes. The eyebrows and eyelids. All the muscles and skin of your whole face. Still being aware of that rising and falling on each inward and outward breath. Allowing the rhythm of the breath to take you deeper into relaxation. As we now practice some mindfulness, meditation, or also known as the silent witness. This helps us to step back from the mind in the stream of thoughts, in feelings, worries, concerns, which are ever moving through the restless mind. We experience that we are the silent witness or the observer of these stream of thoughts. By experiencing this, it helps to relieve us also of some stress. So if you like, you can mentally repeat the meditation after me. I am the silent witness. I make no effort to think, but thoughts come automatically. I am watching the thoughts flow through my mind. I am aloof from them. I am the silent witness of my mind's activities. To take us deeper in our meditation, we're going to harmonize our breathing and starting from the third outward breath. We have this yoga mantra, Go Ra Anga. On each inward breath, mentally repeating Go Ra Anga. On the outward breath, saying aloud Go Ra Anga. We rest our mind, we rest our heart, we rest our very being in this transcendental sound. Let us inhale together, exhaling, inhaling, exhaling, inhaling,
Wow, very, very beautiful. Thank you.
You're all welcome to come back every Sunday and bring that beautiful chanting with you. Okay, so now we have time for to hear from Acharya Das on this most important topic. Maybe I'll just say a couple of words first before actually inviting Acharya to come. Acharya Das has been a personal friend and mentor for me for I don't know how many years, over 30 years, and has helped many people out of care and concern for people, trying to share this Vedic or yoga wisdom to shine a light on our path in life, and also teaching the practice of meditation and Kirtan for, I'm not sure, 50 years, something like that. From my understanding, Acharya Das's journey in yoga began at around 14. Took an interest in Hatha Yoga and Ashtanga Yoga, and continued that search. And I think around 18 or 19, Acharya Das will correct me if I'm mistaken, 18 or 19, he came across the person who would be his Diksha Guru or initiating spiritual master, Srila Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada, who he accepted initiation from at 19. Also has had the great fortune to come under the guidance and protection of Srila Siddhaswarupananda Paramahamsa Prabhupada also. So he has coming in this what is known as a disciplic line, or a guru parampara, known as the Brahma Madhva Gaudiya Sampradaya. So everything that Acharya Das will be giving us tonight, is coming in this unbroken chain of self-realized spiritual masters, and is very kind to be sharing this wisdom and knowledge with us. So I'd like to invite you, Acharya Das, if you'll please come. Please welcome Acharya Das.
Yeah. Namaste, everyone. Thank you for the very warm welcome. Before speaking, I will offer my respects and an invocation to my spiritual teachers, to our lineage, and to the Supreme Soul. Om Agnatimirandasya Agnadina Salakaya Chaksuru Militanyena Tasmai Sri Guruve Namaha. Bhaja Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Ganadhara Sri Vasadi Gaur Bhaktavinda. Hey Krishna Kauruna Sindhu Dinabandhu Jagatpate Gopisha Gopika Kanta Radha Kanta Namostute. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Haribol. So as Radha Krishnadas has mentioned, our speaking on the subject tonight is in line with very ancient spiritual teachings and knowledge. And because of this, there may be things that I say that some people might object to. If you have that experience, I humbly ask you to not go with what your mind is telling you, but to patiently listen and get a bigger picture and consider. The things that I will mention for hundreds and even thousands of years were known and understood. We have entered a pretty unusual period in human history. There are many ideas that are becoming very prominent, widely embraced, that are actually not consistent with eternal spiritual truth. And the fruit of that is that in spite of all the advancement in, for instance, mental health care and everything, we are seeing levels of deep depression. We are seeing levels of significant problems and issues and rates of suicide that cannot be compared to any time in history. It's like off the charts, and it's growing at a rate that's mind-boggling. They have a saying, you should know a tree by its fruit. And so if we are tasting a bitter fruit, there is some problem with the tree. In almost all of the dharmic traditions from the East, they have a little formula. This formula is pain and suffering. Oh, no, I'm sorry, other way around. Ignorance equals pain and suffering. And so in your life, if you are experiencing distress, if you are experiencing pain and suffering, it will be because you are accepting something as true that is not true. It's very simple. When your heart and mind, when your life is resting in truth, the fruit of it is amazing resilience and stability and peacefulness. This is the fruit. Okay, with that, let's get started. I'd go, fair warning, I'm the bad news guy. Okay. I'm sorry. I don't do unicorns and rainbows. A great and rare commodity in this world is peace. To have actual peace of heart, peace of mind. One of the problems is we become so accustomed to living in a non-peaceful state, we don't even actually recognize it. But it is a reality. The topic that we're going to speak about tonight, forgiveness, the pathway to freedom and happiness. For a person to come to experience happiness, they must first experience peace. When I say happiness, I'm not talking about some momentary rush, even if it may seem quite ecstatic and I get all overwhelmed and emotional. It passes, and it doesn't leave me any better off quite often. For us to know peace, one thing is certain, that I must become free of the oppressive weight of anger and fear. I must become free of the oppressive weight of feeling hurt. If I am immersed in these experiences, it is impossible for me to know peace. When we talk about forgiveness as a stepping stone to experiencing actual peace, many people, especially people that have been gravely hurt, and I'm not just talking about somewhat broken-hearted, but devastatingly hurt by someone that has treated them really badly. When you raise the word forgiveness, many people freak out. People that have really experienced the bad stuff. I ran some programs in a organization back in New Zealand called the Family Trust. They deal primarily with victims of sexual abuse and domestic violence. And our courses would run for about 10 weeks, and we'd teach people mindfulness and meditation and new framework for looking at their life and learning how to take back control of their life. And usually about the fourth session in, I'll kind of raise the word forgiveness as a little flag that we're going to start approaching the subject. And it's not uncommon for me to experience that somebody, just at hearing that word, immediately just freaks out and jumps up and walks out. Occasionally they don't come back. Most often they do. When my attempt to have people deal with these subjects is only for one reason. I want them to become independently strong, to step out of the shadow of that person who may have harmed them or hurt them. So some of these things I'm talking about are kind of like, quite far along on the spectrum. Towards the other end, it's sort of like, that person just treated me so bad. They said this about me, that kind of thing, which we can get over. On the other end of the spectrum, it's kind of like deeply damaged. But what I'm going to share really addresses the full spectrum. Unfortunately, there is this tendency to want to really hold on to our hurt, our resentment, and our anger. It's like we don't want to let it go. It's like we're almost taking shelter there. And we often develop the wrong idea that if I hang on to it, somehow it will have some payback or it will cause more suffering to the person who has hurt me, which is not true at all. Absolutely not true. The only one that gets hurt by holding on to the pain and the hurt and the anger and resentment is myself. I'm the only one that's actually hurt by hanging on to it. So when we talk about being able to utilize forgiveness, it is actually a way in which a person can step out of the shadow of the person that has hurt them or damaged them in some way, and to become actually free of that, to become free of that grip. When we speak of anger, often people in their anger, their reaction, they really want to see the person who hurt them hurt. And they would like to see them suffer. Payback. You deserve it. That's true. They deserve it. But when we examine what that does to me, not good. Not good. In hanging on to my anger, even if it seems to be justified, I become overwhelmed. I become overwhelmed by my own mind and emotions. And instead of being in control of my life, I become constantly victimized by my own mind, and particularly the state of anger. In the Vedic teachings, all yogic teachings, all dharmic teachings, anger is categorized as a gateway to hell. I'm not talking about, a place that's full of fire. I'm talking about absolutely, catastrophically miserable existence. Deep depressions, losing motivation, being overwhelmed with sadness, tormented. And anger is a gateway to this hellish state. The more you identify with, hang on to, take shelter in anger, the further you will drift from peace and light, strength, independence. You'll drift from this. You know, oftentimes this idea of hanging on to anger, because we've somehow justified this idea, if I do that, I can cause the other person who's hurt me to suffer. And as I said, that's not true. There's no truth to that. Oftentimes people that do that, they're not affected by your anger. They may even feel more justified in their behavior because of what you're like. We can become really demented in thinking when we have no spiritual compass and when we have no spiritual guideline in our life, when we are just victims of the mind. You know, in yogic teachings, they speak that the mind can be one's greatest friend or one's greatest enemy. Your own mind. And that's like a freak out for people. More than anybody or anything else, your own mind can become your greatest enemy. All you got to do is look at people that are suffering from extreme mental disorders or disabilities. Will show you that. But if we are just motivated by whatever the content of my mind is, and I'm not controlling that content, it's just sweeping over me all the time, and I'm having emotional responses to things, I'm not driving the bus. Something else is in control. I've lost control of my life. Each one of you has a huge role to play in your happiness. You individually are responsible for your happiness, not somebody else or anything else. This is your area of responsibility. But we often find ourselves in this really bad state where we are constantly fixated on things that we cannot change. How somebody talks to you. Can you change that? You can't change that. What people think of you, how they address you, how they talk to others about you. You don't have any control of that. But we will waste all of our time focused on those things we cannot control, and almost never focus on those things we can control. How I will allow myself to be affected or non-affected. How I will respond. How I will deal with things. That's my area of responsibility. What somebody else is doing and saying is not my area of responsibility, unless it's my kid. Then I have a responsibility to guide them, to grow up, and not be a complete dick, and cause so much chaos that they suffer because they haven't learned how to be sociable. They haven't learned how to curb different tendencies. Anyway, another subject. one of the big problems which we will be addressing is if I hang on to my resentment and my anger, and we'll go into this a little bit later, it actually separates me from God. However you envision God, the higher spiritual reality or truth, the supreme friend, however you, in whatever way, if you do this, you will become cut off, which will add to your feeling of isolation and not having shelter, not having protection, not having an extraordinary and transcendental safe space to rest my heart in. One of our problems in relationships, especially when they get kind of testy and nasty, is our not taking responsibility for our life. And I mean this in a kind way. I usually mention one of the most mind-blowing things that I hear in any counseling when a couple is at it, like going at it. If I knew you were like that, I wouldn't have married you. How dumb is that? Why didn't you know? Isn't it your business to know? Aren't you meant to be responsible for your life? And not just lose the plot because you're all overwhelmed with emotion. And therefore you think you can take a massive chance with an unknown. Because they seem nice right now. Okay, I told you I'm the bad news guy. Don't blame others for your unhappiness. They may be contributing massively to your unhappiness, but the need for you to recognize that you have a role in it also is really, really important. This is part of growing up. If you want to have a wonderful life, I do these things in prisons. And usually the first thing we do, I ask the guys, how many of you actually had a plan in your life to be here today? And everybody laughs. They think that's hilarious. And I said, well, think about it for a minute. If this wasn't your plan to be doing 20 or 30 years in prison, how did that happen? Isn't that an indication that you have lost control of your life? Because you're experiencing outcomes that are undesirable and you don't want them. And you think that you don't have any responsibility or you didn't have any participation in that? No, everybody consciously makes choices and decisions. So where we're at in our life right now, it is the result of choices that we made, decisions that we made. We may not have been very thoughtful, we may have been uninformed, but that's not anybody else's fault. That's our fault. You have an enormous capacity to make really good choices and to live a really, really good life and to actually become happy. You have that capacity and you have that responsibility. It doesn't lie with anybody else. It's your responsibility. Before we dig into forgiveness a bit, I think it's important to understand what forgiveness is not. I mentioned, some of the things I've done, having people stand up and walk out because it was too overwhelming for them. And unfortunately, many people in that kind of a condition, even in not that extreme, a lesser condition, people often think that forgiveness means somehow condoning what has happened to you. And that's got nothing to do with forgiveness. Absolutely nothing. Forgiveness doesn't mean you're condoning or minimizing harm that's been done. You're not condoning or minimizing outrageously bad behavior. Not at all. You, in forgiving, it is a gateway to become free from the control and the nightmares and the oppression that comes from being a victim of great harm. And it's really important that people get their head around that and understand that clearly. Another important point, you cannot forgive somebody for something they did to someone else. You can only forgive someone for what has been done to you. The opposite side of this, in seeking forgiveness, it means to seek out those that we have hurt and caused harm for any reason, and to ask them to please forgive me for that. For whatever reason, maybe I would lost control of my mind, I've gone down a really bad road, a dark place, and I spoke or acted in a way that caused harm. No, it's not that I'm not being responsible for that. I'm responsible for my words, I'm responsible for my thoughts, and I'm responsible for my actions. And if they hurt others, then I should seek also to be forgiven. Somebody might think, well, I'm in a really bad relationship, and if I forgive the person for what they've been doing to me, then they're just going to keep doing it. Therefore, I shouldn't forgive. And it's kind of, no, you're getting too many things mixed up here. Forgiveness is a requirement for your freedom and happiness. But it doesn't mean you have to surrender your intelligence. A repeat offender, you've got lots of resources. Come on, pick up the phone. Call the police. Call the agencies that can offer help, protection. Don't think that if you forgive, therefore you now must put up with continuous bad behavior. Part of your freedom will come from also learning to stand up and not just accept. Because it's wrong, especially in family situations where there's children around and stuff and other people involved. If you allow things to continue, you affect so many people. You can't believe how many guys in prison came from such dysfunctional and violent families that they saw their dad behaving a certain way, or their mum even behaving a certain way. And so they've adopted this as normal behavior. And they think it's all allowed and it's okay. It's what men do or what women do. And that's just BS. The foundation for what I'm sharing and what we're going to talk about is this most foundational truth. Many people, they will say, yeah, materialism is bad and spirituality is good, but many people don't have any clarity on what it means to be material. And they equally don't have any clarity on what it means to be spiritual. Materialism is not just about an obsession with external appearances, trying to be Kim Kardashian or whoever your influencer of choice is. I find this so pathetic and sad that there is such a thing as an influencer. I think it's wonderful if you choose a heroic figure who is compassionate, who is kind, who lives an exemplary life. By all means, become influenced by that. But all of the BS, please, come on. Don't we have something better to do? It's, of course, a whole other story how these things, all the programming is designed to keep you addicted, performative, using everything that's been learned about modern psychology to just manipulate and condition people down pathways where they are living in ways that's not in their interest and will not help them. So the foundation, as I was saying, of everything we're dealing with, we can understand these two words, materialism and spirituality. What is the foundation of materialism? It's materialism. It's not just, behaving, uncontrolled consumption and, all this kind of stuff, trying to buy things and experiences and whatever. The foundation of materialism is the idea that I am material. The body is material. It is made of material energy. It by nature is constantly changing. It goes through growth, maintenance, decline, and death, or destruction in some form. It breaks down. That's material energy. And the biggest problem that we face in life is the idea that this body I have on and the mind I am using is me. The foundation of spirituality is to understand that I am an eternal spiritual being, temporarily inhabiting, residing within this body. This is the foundation of having a good life. Does anybody struggling with that? Or it's okay, or all right with that? Hopefully it's not such a foreign idea. It would be terribly sad if it was an incredibly foreign idea. You know, this was a standard understanding for many people in older cultures. Today it's just like, what? I'm not the body? No, you're not the body. You're an eternal spiritual being. So all of the great spiritual wisdom traditions in the entire world glorify forgiveness as being an indispensable for authentic spiritual growth and living a happy and peaceful life. So we may not understand how that works, but I'm just laying out a principle, and we should at least make some space for that and give it some consideration. I'll read you a verse from an ancient text in the Vedic tradition, the Bhagavad Purana or the Srimad Bhagavatam. And it states, the duty of a wise person, and of course we'd like to think we're wise, wouldn't we? Experiences in life often show that we're not so wise. The duty of a wise person is to cultivate the quality of forgiveness, which is illuminating like the sun. The Supreme Soul, Hari, is pleased with those who are forgiving. So just bringing your attention to this comparison, that forgiveness is illuminating like the sun. Is it not that in any form of depressive state and struggling with great pain or humiliation and different things in life, we find ourselves in a dark place? Everybody uses the word, and everybody knows to some degree. They can relate. They know what that means, to be in a dark place. And the example given here, that forgiveness is illuminating like the sun. If you actually understand the principle and apply it, practice it in your life, there is an instant relief of a great burden in your heart. And your mind will feel that there has been some form of release. And it will be accompanied by a new way of seeing things, a new way of conducting relationships. It will actually be the product of knowledge. You will become more clearly aware of what you need to do to take more control of your life and to make really, really good decisions. Most people in the Western world, at least, they are familiar with the Christian tradition. Let me just say this. I'm going to read or make reference to, and then maybe read at some point, a verse or two that's biblical in nature. I'm not promoting what people might feel to be a particular religious point of view. I'm dealing with and talking about eternal spiritual truth that manifests in so many different traditions. I may have an affinity or a dislike for a certain tradition, but that should not preempt my ability to appreciate truth. I should be humbled by, and grateful always to hear truth. In the Christian tradition, there was a time when Jesus Christ, if I remember it correctly, and I'm open to being corrected, I'm not a biblical scholar, he was going off to engage in prayer and meditation. And his disciples were a little bit confused about what they should be doing. And they asked him, "Master, please teach us how to pray." And so he spoke a particular prayer. And one portion of it is what I'm going to just focus on. It's referred to as, I think, the Lord's Prayer. And part of it is, "Forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us." And the principle here is that I cannot live a life where I am causing any form of harm and hurt to others, and yet myself seek to be forgiven for my own transgressions. My being forgiven for my transgressions is actually anchored in my willingness to forgive. This is a profound idea. And I ask you all to take this with you and consider it in your life. One of the things, I mentioned that the verse where it said that forgiveness is illuminating like the sun. Especially when you are guided by spiritual thought or spiritual directive, the act of forgiveness can give you a whole new way of viewing things. For instance, the person that oppresses or hurts or has pained you, it is possible for you to come to not view them as somebody to hurt, but to view them with compassion. You know, anybody that is engaged in hurting others can never be at peace. And they are constantly in the state of reinforcing their actions by repeating them, almost like trying to justify what they're doing. But in that state, people are living in a hellish condition. When people engage in criminal acts, they are often overwhelmed by some powerful desire to the point where they don't even see a victim. Somebody can go into a convenience store or a dairy or whatever to hold it up and steal booze and cigarettes and threaten the person, take a hammer and beat somebody. Oh my God, how out of it that you can take a hammer and hit somebody with it, smash bones, cause terrible injury. And in that state, if you talk to people in prisons, criminals, they don't recognize any person there. They are just fixated on what they want, and they're going to do anything necessary to get what they want, and they just see these things, people like things, as obstacles to getting what they want. Isn't that a little bit like us in life, where we can use others for our own happiness and pleasure. We can speak words that hurt and cause great pain. It's just like, I think my first experience, I was a kid going to primary school. Do they still call it primary school? Yeah, okay, just checking. I grew up in a little tiny town, about 3,500 people in a farming community. And there's some new guy that moved to New Zealand from England, and he was a prick. And he was a tough guy, kind of, and he was always threatening everybody. And so everybody sort of fell in line, as kids tend to, and so, he's like the leader. And there's a group of us, and we're meant to be going to the movies, so I kind of, didn't mind going along because I wanted to see a movie. We're walking in the path, the footpath, and coming towards us is a girl that goes to our school. And she had a hair lip. And in those days, I'm like pretty old. I'm like 70 plus, right? And they didn't do very good operations generally and stuff. And so she had a cleft palate, and so she had difficulty talking and being understood. And we're walking down the street, and she's walking towards us. And this guy, this prick guy, he just says to her, "Hey, F face," and keeps walking. And it blew my mind. I'd never seen anybody do anything like that before. And I'm wondering, how can he do that? And of course, to my great shame, I didn't say or do anything, which I enormously regretted. But it's just like, how can you just, out of the blue, cause such pain to others? And there's always no recognition that anybody is home. There's not a person there. It's just like an object. Criminals are like this. They see things in this way. But this amazing transformation, even with the most criminal elements, when they come to understand and appreciate forgiveness and are seeking it, my God, the transformation is mind-blowing. But the transformation of victims of violence is amazing. That they can go from hating someone so much to feeling heartbroken and sorry for them. That's outside of all the crap that they're doing. Just objectively observing what they're doing. That you can actually feel compassion. And this is the admonition in all religious and spiritual traditions of learning to come to love your enemy. This is a profound idea. It's not Mickey Mouse. And it requires great strength to embrace this type of living. But it sets you free in a way that's unimaginable to most people. I don't know if you've ever seen, there was a YouTube video of a sentencing of a murder in the US. There was a guy that was a pizza delivery guy, and some guys, young guys, got together and they decided they wanted to hold him up and take the money for drugs. So they ordered pizza and had it sent to an address, and they were waiting outside. And when the guy came, they brutally stabbed him to death to get money for drugs. And one of the guys that had organized it, he ended up being sentenced for 31 years. They were immigrants to America, a Muslim family. And in the courtroom, the judge asked the father of the murdered boy if he would like to address the court or to address the perpetrator. And sitting there in an incredibly peaceful way, he said to the man, "I know that you are not evil. I know that in your heart you are a good person. But you have allowed yourself to be overcome by evil. And it is because of this evil that you have perpetrated this act and you have slaughtered my son. But because I know in your heart you are a good person, I forgive you. I forgive you for what you have done." And of course the forgiveness is for himself. Don't forget that. It's not forgiving on behalf of the son. No, that's a whole different deal. And when he began to speak this way, everybody started crying. The judge was weeping. The bailiff had the handkerchief out and he was, wiping his eyes. And the victim just was overcome. And he stood up, or he was already standing, and he looked like he wanted to move forward. And the father beckoned him and walked towards him and embraced him and hugged him and stroked his back. And the guy he was just sobbing and sobbing in that condition. And there is a great deal, there is a certain perspective, a religious perspective that comes in Islam with what he is describing. But there is a transcendent truth to what he was speaking about and how he was addressing. But this is an example of how by spiritual influence, your vision of others, of yourself and the world can be utterly transformed. So in Islam, in the Quran, it specifically talks about the need, not an option, a need for forgiveness, which a lot of people are not aware of. In the Christian tradition, it's just like, my God, it's so in your face. There's a verse that says, "You have heard that it has been said that thou should love thy neighbor and hate thy enemy. But I say unto you, love your enemies, bless them that curse you, do good to them that hate you, and pray for them which disrespectfully use you and persecute you." In the Vedic tradition, there is an extraordinary verse describing a person who is described fundamentally as being saintly, which can be an ordinary person. It's not a special person. We all have a capacity for spiritual enlightenment. The process of spiritual enlightenment is not a process where you try to gain something, that you try to reach for something, that you become qualified to achieve something. Spiritual enlightenment is the process of uncovering your own eternal nature. as eternal spiritual beings. And we may not even be aware of what I'm saying, that I am an eternal spiritual being. I can become so absorbed in the false idea of the body as the self that I can utterly lose the plot, which is the case with the majority of humans in the world. But the process of spiritual enlightenment is a process of uncovering, answering the question, who am I? Deep within. Who is it that is experiencing all of this? Who is it that is experiencing a need for happiness? Because it is part of my eternal spiritual nature to be happy. I desire love, to love and to be loved, because it is part of the nature of the soul itself, the person, the spiritual being within. And I try to fulfill these needs through the body and the mind, but it doesn't fulfill me, right? Doesn't matter what you do. I just saw this, somebody sent me a link to Will Smith talking, and he goes, there's this thing that happens to wealthy people around 50. They suddenly have this epiphany because they've had the capacity to buy anything that they want. Everything that they want, they can do. And they suddenly realize that none of it makes you happy. No relationships, no acquisition of experience or objects, none of it actually makes you happy. Happiness is something that is deeply internal. So anybody that is growing in spiritual understanding, and it can be a person in any walk of life or any age, it's not determined by the state of the body. A saintly person is merciful and never injures others. Even if others are aggressive, they are tolerant and forgiving towards all living entities. His strength and meaning in life come from the truth itself. He is free from all envy and jealousy, and his mind is equal in material happiness and distress, and thus he dedicates his time to work for the welfare of all other beings. I mentioned earlier how we have a tendency to focus on things that we can't actually change in our life. You know, this is directly addressed by something called a serenity prayer. Anybody that's been to drug rehab, alcohol, AA, anything like that, very familiar with this because it plays a really big role in trying to guide people back to sanity and good life. And in that prayer, Lord, grant me the serenity that I can accept those things which I cannot change. And of course, that first word, serenity, what are they talking about? Where am I going to find serenity in a chaotic and deeply troubled life? That serenity will only come from the cultivation of the understanding of my eternal spiritual nature, to reconnect, to come closer to my spiritual identity. That is where the serenity will come from. And it will grant an ability to see things with clarity and to take courageous action, because it's only about living what is true. The second line of the prayer is, grant me the courage to to change that which I can. And this is a very big problem. Like I said, we have a tendency to focus on those things we cannot change, which is an utter waste of time. You can't change it. Give up. Focus on what's important. How you are going to respond. How you are going to take things. How you are going to process things. What's going to guide your life. What you're going to put into your body. Are you going to now take charge and determine how you think about things? Wow. You mean I can do that? Absolutely. You're meant to be doing it. And if you're not doing it, you'll be a victim of everybody else and all the gossip and all the crap on the internet and everybody telling you what to do and what's important and what's valuable. That's your job to do that. The third line, and grant me the wisdom to know the difference. One more time with feeling. Lord, grant me the serenity to accept those things I cannot change. Grant me the courage to change those things I can. And grant me the wisdom to know the difference. This is actually the key, particularly the cultivation. One doesn't have to cultivate the spiritual knowledge first. Anybody that engages in forgiveness immediately experiences the actual benefit. It's a common experience that everybody has. But when one cultivates a spiritual understanding of me as being an eternal spiritual being, of others as also being my eternal brothers and sisters, we are all sparks of the Supreme Soul. We have an eternal relationship. We've just been overcome by this crappy material experience. So I referenced in the beginning about peace. Without peace there is no happiness. And holding on to anger and hurt and pain will make it so you cannot be at peace. And without that, happiness is not possible. So it's kind of like, hey, it's wake up time. If I want to be happy, there are things I need to do and there are things I need to avoid. In the Bhagavad Gita, there is a verse that says, one who is not connected to the Supreme can have neither transcendental intelligence nor a steady mind, without which there is no possibility of peace. And how can there be any happiness without peace? So we can choose what's going to guide our life. I strongly recommend good doses of yogic wisdom. That's amazing. Spiritual truth. To regularly partake of it is important. But more important is the process that's taught here of meditation. The process of meditation is actually it's not about becoming so-called peaceful and everything calm. That's a byproduct. The real product of meditation is a growing awareness and connection to your real and eternal spiritual identity. It's about self-discovery. So closing out, we're going to just do a short forgiveness meditation. And I humbly request that you sit comfortably with eyes closed, and you will be asked to look within your heart. And please do follow. Do you want to say anything? Yeah? He's got a higher chair than me, so he knows more. And he's got the beard.
Bring the lights down.
Yeah. Can we bring the lights down?
Namaste, and welcome again, dear friend. Take your time to get comfortable. You can sit or lie down if you like. When you're ready, close your eyes. Observe your natural breath, drifting in and out. Let your body relax with each breath. The essence of transcendental sound vibration is unconditional love. The essence of love is forgiveness. Focus your attention in the middle of your chest or your heart chakra. If it helps you focus, place your hand on your chest. Look deeply into your heart for feelings of anger, resentment, or jealousy that you are holding on to. Perhaps something has happened recently, or it's an old feeling from long ago. Find any anger, resentment, or jealousy that you may still be holding on to. Once you've found these feelings, ask yourself, do I still want this? Do I want to continue to embrace my anger? Or do I want to let it go? You have the power to dissolve your anger with forgiveness. Let me repeat. You have the power to dissolve your anger with forgiveness. Now rest your heart in the transcendental yoga sound. Let the sacred sounds awaken the power of forgiveness that's already present in your heart.
Chaitanya Nityananda Gohari Chaitanya Nityananda Gohari Chaitanya Nityananda Gohari Chaitanya Nityananda Gohari.
If you choose to do so, release all your anger and embrace the yoga sound within your heart. Let the yoga sound bathe your heart with unconditional love and forgiveness.
Chaitanya Nityananda Kohari 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 Chaitanya Nityananda Kohari.
At first, we may feel unable to forgive, but the more we immerse ourselves in yoga sound meditation, the more we'll be able to actually experience the relief and happiness from letting go of the anger in our hearts and consciously make the decision to forgive others. Please practice this meditation as often as you like.
Hari
That's pretty far out. You guys can come and be part of the choir anytime. So because, just have a slight complaint, because there's so many of you, more than we expected, it's taken a little while longer to prepare the food, for about 50 more than we thought. So the food's running a little bit catch up. So what we thought we'd do is, if you can be tolerant of this, I've spoken to Acharya, we can take questions now. I mean, the food will come out while the questions and answers are happening. So is that okay? You guys able to? Because it'll mean, food coming out and being shared amongst everybody. But if we can focus a little bit, I'm sure it'll work. So we'll open up the floor to questions to Acharya Das if you have any. Thank you.
Was that nice? We need more of this stuff, right? I'd just make a comment. Even the things that we're discussing are actually really profound spiritual ideas and principles. And there's a lot of deep things associated with it. But if we can just embrace the fundamental understanding that my holding on to anger or jealousy or hurt, any of these things, will make it so I cannot be at peace. And if I know that actual, deep, and lasting happiness requires me to be peaceful, then even though my mind may be telling me, hang on to it, you teach them, that bitch, I'll get her, with my anger, even though my mind may be telling me these things, I have to use, we have a higher faculty. In Sanskrit, it's called buddhi. Buddhi addresses this faculty of intelligence. Doesn't mean high IQ or capacity to do math or anything, but this ability to actually embrace a truth and go, yes, I need to let go of this. And I need to stop the habit of making this my go-to. And when I take those steps, at least even try, if I am engaged in the meditation process, I will find new strength. And it may be incremental, bit by bit. But when I make that commitment, then my life actually becomes transformed. Okay, so what's the deal? You got mics in case somebody wants to ask? Okay. So anybody would like to ask, just raise a hand and hopefully somebody will get to you.
Thank you. Thanks for the presentation. It's great, the discussion. You began by talking about timeless spiritual principles and a sense that when one's not aligned with those principles, that essentially that they can experience suffering and I guess project that as well onto others. In terms of forgiveness, and I was wondering, extending that once one's compromised their own integrity, or perhaps they've grown into a space where they've realised things are not what they seemed. They may feel a sense of remorse or regret for the things that they've done or the pain that they may have caused others. And so within the context of forgiveness, could you elaborate a little bit more on forgiveness of self and the importance of that? With reference, I suppose, to two contexts, one being where there's an opportunity to make retribution, potentially, and then I suppose in another context where there might not be.
Would you like to give me some example of those two contexts that you're
yeah, I
thinking of?
guess a simple one, I suppose, would be taking something that's not yours. That's so there's an opportunity there to make retribution, I suppose, in that situation. And another one might be, a drunk driver, perhaps, that's caused an accident and pain to others, or someone that's hurt another, or lost someone's trust, been in an affair, perhaps. There could be a few.
Yeah, one of the most difficult realities that we are faced with is that we cannot undo things that we have done. You cannot erase your past. And so, in seeking forgiveness, the request is that both parties be allowed to move forward in their life. And to strive to live a better life. The laws of karma are stringent and unavoidable. There is no free ride. You must pay for everything. You cannot cause pain and suffering and expect that you will be free from the consequence. That was like earlier I was referencing, sometimes people hang on to their anger about what's been done to them as some transgression, and they don't want to let it go, and they think they can make it worse. And I said, no, it only makes it worse for the one who's hanging on to it. You need to know that the nature of the laws of karma are such that everybody will pay. You may not understand how, you may not even witness it, but everybody will have to pay. In granting forgiveness, there is going to be a spectrum of outcomes. And that spectrum can be from a reduction in the suffering that a person may be due because of their actions. If they sought forgiveness or were approached by someone to consciously address them and to forgive them, it will lighten the karmic reaction. If the person is utterly sincere and completely forgiving without holding on to anything, it is possible for a person to then not suffer the karmic consequences. So that may be partially or in full, depending upon the situation. Perhaps another angle on your question where one cannot seek. For instance, we may have hurt someone and that person has passed on. They have left their body. Death has occurred. And then one is confronted with, I'm no longer able to actually address them. But even in that situation, one can, from within their heart, cry out in a very heartfelt way, addressing the wrong that they did and the great regret that they did not have the opportunity to personally ask for forgiveness. And in doing that, if one is utterly sincere, the karmic load, the reaction that was to come their way, can be significantly minimized. This is just the way things work. Does that sufficiently answer the question, or no? You want?
I think it's a great answer. It's quite good, and it's just that I guess it's a similar principles, but being able to externalize them when you rather than internalize them, you can feel a sense. Someone can forgive you, but for you to then recognize and get through that to forgive yourself can also be a very different kind of evolutionary experience.
One of the big challenges in seeking forgiveness is that the person that you're approaching may not accept your plea to be forgiven. And that's just part of the burden that you have to carry. But in doing it, invariably, you will see at some point the person that might have refused to forgive, their heart will become softened. You know, we should always be seeking to relieve suffering with everyone in all conditions. It's absolutely unnecessary. It's part of the human condition, but it's not really part of the spiritual condition. It's not part of the nature of the soul itself. And so there's all kinds of variations of situations when it comes to forgiveness. And sometimes people are apprehensive that if I asked for forgiveness, they won't think I am sincere. Or they may have the consciousness that I don't want to forgive because I want them to suffer, which is unfortunate that somebody would have that state of mind. But in being humble, you have the opportunity to share something. Everybody will be touched by a sincere request to be forgiven. It's unexpected. Like when I gave the example in that courtroom where a guy, he's sentenced to 31 years. That's how grave the crime was. And the father could be so kind to this person and saddened that they were overcome by evilness and did this, and for that they will suffer. And he doesn't even want that person to suffer, but you have to pay the price. But it is so transformative. I've seen it a lot in prison situations and in some really well-managed restorative justice situations where victimizers and victims have the opportunity to face, often with family, and to express. You hear the somebody talk about what they experience, the pain and what you've done, and the other person to really seek forgiveness. And you see situations really where people cry and end up embracing each other and become actually friends and assist the other, in their journey through life. It's a wonderful thing. It's not false, and it's not just sentiment or sentimentality. It's profound, it's really deep. And it moves you closer to your real spiritual nature and your spiritual identity. Anybody else?
An anonymous question.
Anonymous question. Can we forgive and be compassionate towards those that have hurt us, but choose not to interact with them further? And the answer is yeah, absolutely. It's not a requirement that you become best buddies with a person that may have gravely injured you. You can be terribly compassionate and wish them well and hope that their life will be infinitely better than it has been. But you don't have to deal with them. You don't have to interact with them. That's not required. That depends upon the individual and the situation. Yeah.
Hello.
How you can? I'm probably going to get a whole bunch of hate mail on this one. You can't forgive yourself. You can only forgive another. Now, I know that people talk about this in modern psychiatry and counseling about self-forgiveness. And it's just like, what? I went and murdered somebody and then I have to forgive myself? It's like, this may be I'm not making fun of the situation, but I am concerned that there is a tendency in modern times to adopt ideas that are factually not very healthy and helpful. If I have injured somebody else in some way, shape, or form, I don't seek forgiveness from myself for my bad action. I need to seek forgiveness from those I have hurt. But I do understand many people use the term to forgive yourself related to, not constantly beating up on yourself. But even that requires, I think, more clarity. This is actually quite a deep subject, and we're probably not going to be able to really, pull it apart and examine it. But when I say myself, who am I speaking of? Am I speaking of the spiritual being within? Or am I speaking of my body and my mind, which are external coverings of the soul or the self? You know, in material existence, this is such a big subject. In material existence, there are powerful forces that permeate the material world. And when one becomes exposed to them or susceptible to them, they can be driven to act in different ways, almost against one's own will, almost. I shouldn't do this, I really shouldn't do this, but I'm doing it anyway. You know, this is a common experience. This is actually something that could be talked about at length at maybe another time. But in the material condition, driven by the false concept of the body as the self and the mind as the self, one can act impulsively, compulsively, cause harm, do damage. But in reality, the soul itself is practically untouched, almost like living a nightmare. And the best example I can probably use is people watching a movie. You go to a movie house, you're sitting in a chair. There's nothing happening to you. You're just sitting in a chair, all right? And then they've got a projector, and there's light striking a reflective surface, bouncing back to your eyeball. The light goes through and activates photosensitive cells in the back of your eyeball. It's transferred to electrical impulse that goes in the optic nerve. It reaches the visual cortex and fires off all these electrical impulses. That's what's happening. And my question is, who is seeing the picture and where is the picture? This is too far out to get into right now. But it has to do with the nature of the mind. And the actual witness of all these things is the soul itself, the spiritual being. But in a movie, I can become so absorbed in these dancing lights that I can experience fear. I can become startled. I can laugh. I can cry. I can become sexually aroused. I can experience, I read this thing quite a long time ago. A guy died in a movie house, had a heart attack because the movie was too intense. And it's kind of like, hey, you're just sitting in a chair. Don't worry, nothing's happening to you. You're fine, you're just sitting there. But we can identify with all these things coming to such a degree. Our blood pressure becomes elevated. Our heart rate can become elevated or become somewhat suppressed in a very relaxed state. You can go through all of these changes just from sitting and watching a movie. But the person sitting in the chair, factually nothing's happening to them. They're just sitting in the chair. Correct or not? So in a similar manner, the living being residing within the region of the heart of all living beings is so utterly absorbed in what's going on with the body and all the sensory perception and all the stimulation and identifying with the body and feeling pleasing sensation and always looking to experience those things. But then at the same time, we feel that they are unfulfilling. When we go home and we're in bed alone, we are unfulfilled. We were truly untouched by all these things. So my question, forgive ourself. When we say ourself, that's a pretty complex question, or not complex, but a deep question for anybody that is engaged in a genuine spiritual practice. It is often going to be simply because the mind became agitated. Well, do we go here? Let me just say there's three type of energetic forces that permeate the material world. One is called they're called the three guna, which means the three qualities, or the three modes of nature. One is called the mode of goodness, one is called the mode of passion, rajaguna, and tamaguna, the mode of ignorance. When a person is influenced by the mode of goodness, they don't like a lot of noise and a lot of kinetic stuff going on. They like to be in a peaceful environment. They're attracted to really mellow music, and they don't want to be in an agitated or confrontational states. A person in the mode of passion is driven to excel. Just think of world-class athletes who will undergo unbelievable austerity and pain just to perform 1/10 of a second better. It's amazing. Cities are built due to the influence of the mode of passion. Creative activity is driven by the mode of passion. And in the mode of ignorance, we have laziness, we have indolence, we have craziness, and we have excessive sleep. So you can see how different people, and at different times in our life and different times of the day, we may be subjected to these different influences. We open ourselves in what we eat, in what we do, our time of rest, our time of work, all of these, the activities of our life make us susceptible to these influences. We can wake up and be on such a bummer from the time we opened our other times we can wake up and we're all, ready to go. Yeah! So we understand that the living being is almost helplessly dragged around by their mind and all the stimulation, and depending upon their chosen focuses in life, people engage in varieties of activity. In that context, the idea of forgiveness of oneself, you are already a perfect, pure, glorious spark of God. I'm not talking about the body or the mind. I'm talking about the person within. We are accountable for everything that we do. It is inescapable. We should not confuse the idea of beating oneself up regularly about mistakes, or I should have done this, or I should have made another choice, and that kind of stuff. We shouldn't confuse that with the subject of forgiveness that we are speaking of. The subject of forgiveness is really to do with your actions, words, in relation to others. Okay, sorry for a long answer, but I felt it was necessary. You can't forgive yourself.
I've just got a little question. Thanks so much for the talk. I really appreciated it. It was very enlightening, and it opened up my mind and soul in quite a way. Thanks very much for the delicious meal too, by the way. My question is, or I just want to say that the person you're talking about who's suffering through holding on to resentment is me, and I really got what you were saying about that stuff. And when I got the email about the talk about forgiveness, I definitely wanted to come. The people that I'm holding on the resentment towards are quite close to me, and when I get to a point of wanting to forgive and let go, I want to explain to them just how much what they've done to me or how they've hurt me, and either because they deny or have ignorance towards what they've done, I sort of feel like that's a blockage for me to sort of like let it go completely. I know that's kind of counterproductive from what you were saying, but it was like I want to sort of say, well, look, this is what actually happened. This is how it hurt me. Now I'm going to forgive you for it. I don't know. Can you make sense of any of that?
No, thank you very much for your being very honest and vulnerable by opening up about your situation. It's always going to be very difficult to find what is the right way to deal with things. You can have the intention of wanting to forgive someone, but wanting them to understand the pain that they've caused you. So in that situation, I would have to say you are not actually yet experiencing compassion for them. It's still, you want things to be just. You are prepared to forgive, but you want them to acknowledge or to hear or to recognize what it is that they have done. There is a wonderful benefit to them if they can recognize that, but you should not make that the precondition for forgiving. If in your attempt to share with them, it should not, there are these subtleties to it. Sometimes I want to share the pain that you've caused me with you because it's almost like I want you to recognize what you've done, and it's, you don't know whether people are ready to hear it. You don't know if people are ready to embrace and accept that they've caused so much suffering. People can be so lost that they are oblivious and they are absolutely closed to any idea that they've caused pain to others. I mean, some of the stuff that goes on in the world is just absolutely shocking. So your resolution, you need to be resolved with the idea that I am going to forgive no matter what. Whether they accept the forgiveness, whether they recognize the harm that's been done or not, it is not going to alter. I'm not going to have a certain kind of forgiveness if they're accepting of things and another kind of forgiveness if they're not accepting it. That's a trick of the mind. There needs to be within your own heart the resolution that I am going to forgive them no matter what. There is a good reason to speak to them about the suffering that they may have caused. And that's not for your satisfaction, but to help them in their life. Because if they can recognize what they have done, perhaps they will feel some sadness for it, particularly if they've been forgiven. And it may alter their course in life and the harm that they could potentially do to others going forward. So your forgiveness can be a wonderful thing to really help people live a better life. So is this you appreciating the point? Yeah. So it's fundamentally the switch from what I'm going to say, and please don't get it wrong, of being self-centered to actually being selfless and compassionate. So even in your desire to let them know what they did wrong, if they're going to be open to it when you start and they're willing to listen to it, and you ask them with humility to listen so that they know, it shouldn't be about you feeling better about things. It should be about trying to help them live a better life so that they don't cause more mayhem and suffering for themselves, what to speak of suffering for others. That is a higher degree of appreciation. Is that okay? Sure. I think so. We've got somebody with a mic running rather quickly. Well, not running. Over there in the back, coming towards you.
Hello. My question is it true that we get really, really, really hurt and very painful if you are actually hurt by someone you love, your loved ones, than someone who is your neighbor or whatever? And it might take a long time to heal, or you might never heal. If that's the case, is it true for a start, and what can we do about it? And is it true? I'd like to know.
If you actually forgive, there will be healing.
How do I know that I have forgiven? Is there a physical level?
Because you will experience being healed.
I will experience what is it a
You'll experience being healed, meaning you will no longer be tormented or troubled. Even if you remember the incident, you are not dragged into it, you are not swept away, you don't become emotional.
Okay, yeah.
There's no emotional response to it.
Okay, yep.
There is a peacefulness and a calmness. There is a detachment. Rather than being swept along in the raging river, you're able to swim to the bank and climb out and witness the river moving, but you're not being swept away by it. So when one actually truly forgives and let go, then there is instant healing.
Okay.
And in that condition, one is no longer troubled. One may still feel sad and saddened by things, but there is not that deep emotional involvement and the mind again becoming tormented and pulled around in different ways. You're able to step back from it and look at things with much more clarity.
So is it really painful to be hurt by your loved one, like your family, than actual neighbors?
You can experience degrees of pain that's almost unimaginable, that can practically almost make people go crazy in that much hurt, particularly when there is deep attachment. When there is deep attachment and then profound betrayal, and not just profound betrayal, but vicious attack, it can be so devastating and one becomes absolutely overwhelmed by it, and people can come to a state of barely being able to function normally. They're just constantly, just in this horrible state. But even
It also makes you strong.
huh? Well, yeah.
Experiencing that
Can I say, because it's so, we are all individuals, and we are at different states of development and different places on our journey. And so there's going to be different types of reactions to what even may be the same thing. One person can, they have the saying, water off a duck's back. Have you heard that saying? If you ever, ducks, they secrete a kind of oil from a gland and they preen their feathers so they're waterproof. And if you drop water on the back of a duck, it just, little ball, it just rolls off. It doesn't penetrate. So some people are very resilient, and it doesn't mean that they're necessarily tough or mean or anything. They just have a really good heart and a really good mind. There is a clarity to things. And so they don't personally, say I'm walking down the street and a dog in somebody's house sees me and comes running up to the gate, which is like a steel gate with plenty of holes, and it's there, dripping, just going insane. I can drop down on my hands and knees and start barking back at it. That is one option. Not an intelligent option. I can get angry and start kicking the gate and smashing it and screaming at the dog. The dog is overwhelmed by animal impulse. It can't decide to bark or not to bark. It can be trained, but whatever impulse comes to it, it is forced to act on that impulse. Human beings are meant to have much higher faculties where we control our tongue, our thinking, our speech, our actions. We are meant to do this. But unfortunately, the majority of people are kind of complex animals where we're always driven to constantly react to the stimulation of the mind and things. A person that is actually more spiritually mature looks upon an aggressor and feels, oh my God, how much suffering is this person in to behave like this and to attack me, an innocent party. It's kind of like, I feel so sorry for them. A person that doesn't have that kind of very mature vision, they hear strong words and immediately there's a flush in their face and their mind's reeling, and next minute they're crying and they're screaming back, right? That's like dropping on your hands and knees and barking back at the dog. Or you can see the dog, it doesn't, it scared me when it rushed at me and barked, but I'm over that really quickly once I saw what was going on. It's okay, it's just a dog doing its trip. I don't have to think about it. I don't have to dwell on it. I don't have to go down the phone and start calling people, you know what, the dog just barked at me and it was like, freak out. I was really, it's like, hey, mellow out. You don't have to do that. You have choices. And in our life, there's a whole smorgasbord of options available to us. And we can actually choose. But most people don't choose and don't know they can choose. They're just driven by whatever impulse overcomes them and overcomes their mind. So some people, sorry, I'm really famous for long answers. But it's a deep subject, so I feel it's necessary. But, two people can be in exactly the same situation, and one is absolutely shattered and devastated by it, and the other one is like, what can I do? And they go on with their life. How we react to things is what we need to focus on and take control over. That's our area. So yeah, I totally agree that sometimes these bad experiences can make a person actually more resilient and stronger and learn to be less foolishly trusting. If you're going to trust someone, there has to be a really good basis for it. It can't be just that talking nicely in the moment. I use marriage as an example. I mean, how many marriages end up in the crapper? Sorry for being crude. I mean, people don't get together and decide to live together or commit to marriage with a view to getting divorced, right? Unless you're really weird. Or you met some real rich guy and you want his money. But, that's not the plan. But we become overcome because we actually don't enter into things with clarity. So people can learn and benefit from adversity. Any person that is on a transcendental path, they see all adversity, even the most extreme, as an opportunity to grow spiritually, and they take advantage of that. Thank you. No, don't give her the mic. No. Hey, honesty is the best policy.
Isn't it just?
We got nothing to hide around here.
I so don't. Yeah. Thank you for your time and service. I mean that. I really mean that. I hope my question helps others too. I really do. Anger. I had an experience many, many years ago, and I understand this is not about me, but I was in bed for 6 years. So
you were?
In bed for 6 years, straight, in bed, couldn't walk. And during that I had some pretty profound things happen because I had to go very deep. And I learnt forgiveness was that to forgive them for they don't know what they do, and to be able to look through the sickness of someone, their ego. So that worked very well for me. I was at peace. And then unfortunately a few years ago, I'll just be vulnerable and I certainly don't want to trigger anyone. I won't go right into it. I had a horrific thing happen. And I've gone clinical, which is, I don't want to knock anyone that teaches clinical, but for me it's about God and forgiving through seeing somebody's ego. But people are like, I've got PTSD, maybe you should go and seek some clinical help. I'm sure there's many in the room that have sought clinical help. And they want me to feel this anger that's like, it doesn't feel natural to me. Does not feel natural to me. They want me to get me to places of feeling this rage. And to me, I'm like, why? I don't understand why I have to feel such rage when I can see that this person will never condone the actions. But this person must have had such a horrific life and been through so much pain for them to be able to act that and do that to another human being, and being the true word there, that I'm sort of getting told that I'm shortcutting it. And I'm like, well, I don't understand that, because I can see the person's sick, and I'm not saying I'm well every day either. I'm not saying that. But I can see the sickness. So I can forgive it. And I'm not saying I'm any, but I can see that. And I'm not doing it anymore, but I've tried 17 of these sessions of feel the anger, get to a place of rage where you want to kill this person. And I'm like, I don't understand. I don't understand these people that want to take me to anger when I can see already that the person's sick. No one would do that to another human being if they were well. So I'd love to hear how you would express your anger for me, it's about seeing through that and letting it go. Do I need to hit pillows? Do I need to like go into the ocean and scream it out? Like if that helps, great. But I don't understand. Because to me it's just, it's seeing through somebody else's sickness, and I hope other people can forgive me and see through my sickness of my ego too. Thanks.
Can we turn the cameras off? I am not a massive fan of modern psychology and psychiatry. In my dealing with people in prisons, one of the things I offer them to consider is that in the realm of psychology, there is a two-dimensional paradigm. One has to do with the physical body, and the other one has to do with the mind. Whereas what we're talking about is a three-dimensional paradigm. You have the body, you have the mind, and you have the spiritual being within. I completely agree that anger is not healthy. It is actually harmful. However, I do understand that sometimes what they're trying to do is get somebody that was beaten down so much that they feel so weak and defenseless, and they're trying to get them to stand up and take charge. So you can do it in a way that I'm going to categorize, and I'm not saying it is such, but what I would categorize as an artificial means to gain strength and independence by learning to express anger and fight back and everything. But you can more effectively come to a place of strength and independence through the cultivation of your actual spiritual identity, and be able to view your body, your mind, relationships, others, in a completely different way, in a completely new way. When we become accustomed to utilizing anger, as I mentioned, it's described, anger is a gateway to hell. Once you trigger it and you become accustomed to using it, then it frequently becomes the go-to. But the reality is this: when you express anger at someone, it's usually because you're trying to change their behavior or what they're doing or a situation that you don't like. Does anger work? Does it make any... Can you show me an example where it actually permanently makes something better? It doesn't. So I don't agree with that methodology. I am also very distressed at the over-pathologizing of the human condition. Like feeling sadness, it means you've got a mental health issue. Oh, give me a break. You may or you may not. But I'll tell you what, if you don't get sad, you are either drugged out or you have a serious disability. This world is such that you will be constantly faced with disappointment. And when you think that you can find a home here, no, you can't. Everything gets taken away from you, if not before, at the time of death. If you think that you can find the most perfect relationships, no, you can't. You can have very nice relationships, but it's not what you hunger for and what you desire. If you want everything to last and not change, you're in the wrong place. The nature of the world is constantly changing, and everything comes to an end. and they lived happily ever after. That's only in children's books. And it's actually a spiritual aspiration, because by nature we are eternal. We desire eternality. We desire perfect love. We desire limitless happiness, because that's our inherent right as an eternal spiritual being. That's our nature. But when you cut off the whole reality of our eternal spiritual nature, and you're just going to try and fix things through dickering with the body and the mind, kind of like good luck. How's that going to work out? Look, we have never seen in the history of mankind so much tinkering with the mind. And is everybody becoming happier, healthier, more peaceful? Or is it becoming worse? Does that tell you, well, maybe this is not the best approach? Okay, this is as far as I'm going with that one.
Sorry.
You know where I'm at.
Is it an energy? Is it an energy though? Is
What?
you meant to feel the anger as an energy and let it move through, or not?
It is a form of energy that is destructive and unhealthy, and it is absolutely selfish. It is absolutely self-centered. When you are in angry rage, it's all about you and it's only you. And the problem is when you become overly conditioned to self-centeredness and you're engaging in activity where you're increasingly self-centered, you become very susceptible at some point to experiencing deep depression. In a state of deep depression, there's no one in there with you. It's you, and you're all alone in a deep, dark hole. I have actually pretty strong opinions about some stuff, but I tone it down as much as I can. But really, I am heartbroken at all the tinkering with things without resorting to this massive history of extraordinary spiritual knowledge and truth that came out within religions. It comes out within, what do you call them? How do you refer to these things, like these sayings, a stitch in time saves 9. What do they call them? Not really clear. Proverbs and, this kind of stuff. So all of these things were kind of well known, and it was a way of passing on real knowledge. That's all gone out the window. Google, social media, they've got you like you can't believe. Okay, be good. Thanks to our sponsors. Okay, this is turning into comedy hour. Do we have a question? Otherwise, we'll have a chant. Yes, Paramhamsa.
Can be very, very difficult to continually forgive. What does one do? It seems like it's almost impossible.
Yeah, I sort of somewhat covered that earlier. I talked about serial offending. That sometimes people think that if I forgive, then that person again does the same thing. It's kind of like, well, yeah, you can forgive them for something, but for somebody to be hurting you in some way, you have to have opened the door to that. And one of the things we need to learn if somebody is not going to reform their behavior, you have to define what that relationship is going to look like. If you keep going back for more, there's not a failure in the forgiveness, it's a lack of intelligence. Because of some attachment or something, we're just going back for more and taking another one and then saying, I forgive you again. In those kind of situations, there is a danger that somebody is building a psychological pathology. Really, I mean, it's just like you don't have to do that. You need to redefine the boundaries for your relationship and everything. You can continue to forgive them, that's fine. But don't continue to open yourself to allow them to do things that will only harm themselves as well as you. Out of concern for them, you need to draw boundaries.
Thank you.
You're welcome. We good? So, should we chant a little bit? That's the real stuff.
Before we chant, can I just say a few words?
Yeah.
Well, first of all, thank you, Acharya Das, very, very much. And if I may be as bold to say that if we actually really do appreciate what Acharya Das has given us, we'll try to apply what he says, because the clapping only lasts a few seconds, but I know that Acharya Das will be very appreciative if we're able to apply this and actually have a regular spiritual practice, a meditation practice. So on that note, I don't know whether Braja in the sound booth, are you able to put up one of our slides? I know because people will start leaving, and I'd like to do this before we chant.
And I'm meant to make a plug.
Yes, you are meant to make a plug, and we have slides for it.
They got slides for it, okay. Yeah, hey, they got a whole course. Well, it's not a course.
It's a workshop.
It's a workshop.
1 day workshop.
4 hour?
4
hours.
4
hour workshop. And these people are amazing. Not just because they're friends, but they're very dedicated, and they pay a high physical price, exerting so much energy trying to share with people things that will actually relieve your unhappiness and bring you to a condition of true spiritual fulfillment and happiness. And so part of what they're doing, they're offering a workshop. If you came today and you were touched by anything here, and you'd like to look at how you can begin to develop a personal practice to build resiliency, to build clarity, to bring peacefulness and joy to your life, then I strongly advocate that you take them up on their offer.
Yes, so there's a flyer, so grab one when you leave. It's actually a whole wisdom and meditation experience. So it's not just talking. There's going to be deep meditations. There's going to be what my wife, Madhila, described as a luscious yoga nidra. It's not just any yoga nidra. You'll not want to come out of it. So it's an amazing day, 10 till 2, lots of wonderful experiences, not just a lesson, but an experience for 4 hours. So there might only be a few flyers left. If there is, just take a picture so you have the information, and please book. There's going to be a meal, all that kind of stuff. So look more into it.
Next Saturday, is it?
Saturday, the 27th of April.
27th.
So a couple of weeks away.
That's very close.
Yeah.
Give you time to get organized.
It's going to be fantabulous.
Learn to prioritize. This is more important. In truth, this is more important than anything else that could be going on in your life.
I agree.
This one you can carry with you through your life and through the experience of death. This is for eternity.
As Acharya has been sharing with us, we can live a joyful life now. And then when it comes time to leave, which for some of us, we don't know when that will be, it can be done without fear. And so this is what this workshop is all about, to give you the tools, not about joining something. You don't become a member of ASMY or any particular religious thing at all. It's to give the tools which have been given to us, and then you'll have them for life. Let's chant.
So I'm going to chant the Maha Mantra. I have a deep affinity. In chanting mantra, it's not about focusing the mind as much as immersing your heart in the same way that you would walk out to the ocean and immerse your body in the cooling waters of the ocean. Learn to immerse your mind and your heart in these transcendental waters, and they will wash away the dirt and dust accumulated for years and awaken a taste for which we are always anxious, this Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna. Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Are we still going?
I think we're done, yeah?
I don't know.
You want more or what?
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna
Krishna